Wow. We are live. How exciting. Okay, everything's good. I hope everybody who's going to be joining today is doing well as well. So, I'm gonna do my little spiel real quick before we start, just so everybody who gets the YouTube VOD knows what's going on. I am Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept sculptor, and I do character design as well. Illustration, all that fun stuff, and using ZBrush as sort of like a base for those things. So during these sessions, usually what I do is nothing specifically that would be used in production or anything like that. I kind of use it as like a sketchbook session, just to have a lot of fun and push and pull shapes as much as possible. The sculpts are usually very like messy and things of that nature, but we're really just like playing around with shapes and form and seeing what we can get out of really like nothing. So it's all about having fun, less about the technical details and all of that. Of course, you know, if you do use this method and you like what it is that you're concepting, you can afterwards go through and, you know, clean it up, make it usable, all that. But it's about just like sketching and having fun. Same thing as like if you were to open up your sketchbook and just like doodle in there, you know, it's not necessarily for the final illustration, but it is still a great thing to do. Keeps it fresh and fun and exciting. So that's essentially what we do here, and I'm just gonna let people sorry, I'm gonna let people filter in a little bit because I did start maybe like 5 minutes off of the time that I normally do. Apologies for that. Hey Reaper, how are you doing? How is it going? All right, I'm going to get going, and of course, if anybody, you know, as you filter in, have any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. Happy to answer as best as I can. Otherwise, I'm gonna just get into it. Ooh, I should pull this a little bit closer to me. Yeah, let's get cozy. Hey Jack, how you doing? I get nice and cozy with my Cintiq today. I got a new arm attachment, so this thing can pull like right into my lap if I really wanted to now, which is pretty great. Not too mad about that. I'm just going to be looking for some interesting shapes, and then I think I'm just gonna kind of go at it from there. I'm kind of like seeing this area right here. You know, this is gonna be more of like the neck. Like a neck of some kind. See what kind of a thing it's going to rest on. Kind of almost looks like a bat's nose in a way. Right now also I have AccuCurve on my snake hook brush, which kind of is giving those like really sharp pulley bits right there. An AccuCurve you can actually find in your brush menu if you scroll down to curve right here. AccuCurve is right in there, and I drag it over onto my UI so that I can literally use it like on any brush that I want and turn it on and off very easily. Just remember though that it does like it's effective per brush. So if you have it on for snake hook and then you didn't turn it on for the move brush, you're gonna have to reapply it onto another brush and then take it off as well. All right, let's get pushy. Jeez, you've been going through the ringer with your girlfriend, huh, bud? Sorry, I'm really sorry to hear that, Reaper. I hope things, I hope stuff pulls through. I hope stuff gets easier for you. That blows. Hey, Greg, how are you doing? I am doing alright. Doing alright. How are you doing, though? Has anybody been working on anything cool lately? It kind of looks like it could be some old sort of hunched wise dude. Oops. Could do forward. I don't really want this like lower bit though. I think that's just something just easy to gravitate towards with the pulling, but I'm gonna try keep it much more streamlined. Sort of side visor blinder things. I think those stable horses, those really big stable horses. Hey Leonard, how are you doing? Hey Caesar. How's it going? How's it going? Rio from Arcane, that's lovely. I loved Rio. Rio was so, I mean, that no spoilers, obviously. Nobody has seen that yet, which I feel like everybody has, but if you haven't, Rio's super cute though. How can you hate Rio? Nobody, there's no way. Rio's the best. Best Arcane character. Hands down. So really what we're doing, what I'm doing, is I'm just kind of like taking the low poly stuff and just like moving it around and seeing if I can get anything interesting out of it that might like help dictate, you know, an interesting design. I'm literally just working low poly and moving things around and allowing it to stretch, because when we dynamesh things, it will actually lend itself well for the sketching process. This way I don't bog myself down with like unnecessary like large amounts of like clay strokes or anything like that. It's just, you know, purely moving low res stuff around, creating ledges and larger shapes. Okay, I'm gonna grab this neck area here. Try and do something with that. You could start grabbing these. Oh, there is a show that I just finished watching. I don't know if anybody else has watched it. It's on Netflix called The Silent Sea. It's a pretty, it's honestly pretty good. It's a Korean horror sci-fi horror thriller, maybe sci-fi thriller horror. I don't really know which one you would consider it. It's good though. It's good. I liked it. And well, I shouldn't say too much just in case like spoil something. I was gonna make a joke. Watermelon? Watermelon is good. Is good. Hey Wipeout, what's up? How are you doing? Nah, I'm not Paul Deasy. I mean, I'm cosplaying as Paul Deasy. Today I feel like Paul Deasy. So why can't I be Paul Dees? Now he was on before me, like right before me. Sometimes it takes like a little bit for the title to change. Hey Sergio. Yeah, it's based on the moon, yeah. Balhae Station. Very cool. Wonder, like, how many of you actually agree with me though? Like when I say something like sci-fi horror is the best genre of movie and video game. Sci-fi horror. Does anybody agree? Because that is a very strong opinion of mine. I could easily eat up sci-fi horror. That was the only thing left. It was just sci-fi horror. I'd be okay with that. Yes, you do have to agree, actually. Otherwise, Facehugger might come and find you in your sleep. Do you want that? I don't know. I don't know if you want that. Maybe you do. Maybe you're weird. Action movies like Deep Sea about sharks. I mean, okay, deep sea horror is also pretty good. The problem that I have with that is just like the last one that I saw, like, was like what was that movie with Jason Statham in it or whatever, where he literally just like fist fought the megalodon or something. Like I had to like scrub through that movie. I was dying. I couldn't handle it. I can't handle movies like that. The Meg. Oh, dude. I can't. I can't. Sci-fi horror and sci-fi action. Yeah, action's good too. I think just sci-fi in general. There's just so much that you can do with sci-fi. I want to see like a big like resurgence in sci-fi like entertainment media again. When like everything has to be like not just like space in spaceships, but like just exploring, you know, and you could do, I don't know, you could just do everything that isn't sci-fi and make it sci-fi and it would still be cool, if not cooler, because then there's all these like what ifs. What will the future be like in this situation? Vin Diesel in Arc 2. I can't do that. I can't deal with that. Mostly the same movie. I won't watch those two back to back then. Hey MJ, how you doing? Sea of Tranquility. It's a nice sci-fi. Oh, see now my no, isn't that the Silent Sea, right? You're talking about the Silent Sea. Am I crazy? Is it actually called Sea of Train? Does it have two names? Now I have to look it up. Hold up. Cause like I know that the moon's like craters is called like Sea of Tranquility, but is this the Silent Sea? Yeah. Okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, I'm not insane. I'm not insane. It doesn't have two names. Okay. Yeah. Hey Shader, what's good? Okay, listen, if you liked the Meg, good for you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. That was pure pain. That was so much pain for me. I wanted to like scream. Okay, let's keep it going. Wow. I always love like putting little arms on. Hey. It's just good. It's just good. The Meg was a good movie. Okay, you know what? No. You guys got weird taste, man. The Meg being a good movie. I don't know. You guys got weird. You're a little weird. You're a little weird. Not gonna lie. You're like weird. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. With that outfit, you look like a priest. I know. It's like this little like tooth that I have. I'm just like, there we go. We good. We good. I'm so holy. Whatever, dude. What scent is my? It's the same one. Dude, it's a chunky candle. It's a big candle. Check this out. Check this out. How big it is. Big candle. Fire! Fire! Don't you guys ask the Maxon question to like every single streamer? I don't know. I feel like every single person has been asking the same question over and over again. Like, don't you guys have like your answer already? Like, why do you need my thoughts on it too? Like, it's just gonna be like the same stuff rehashed over and over. Hey Rethorn, how are you doing? I'm wondering if I actually want to do like an arm thing here. I'm gonna cut off some of his fingers. I'm gonna cut his fingers off. Savage. Goodbye, finger. Nobody needs the pinky anyways. Actually, nobody needs the ring finger. Goodbye, ring finger. He no longer has the ring finger. Delete. Delete. Gone. Those holes. He now is missing his ring fingers. It's the first time I've seen anyone ask, including yourself. Wow, okay, well, I mean, the Maxon stuff, I mean, I can understand, like, if you want me to go through really fast, like, for anybody who doesn't know, Pixelogic was acquired by Maxon. So obviously things are gonna, like, change in the future. And what exactly is gonna change? I don't know. Can't really speak on that exactly. They do have a fact page if you want to go and look at that. In terms of pricing and things like that, I can understand, you know, hobbyists and students being upset, but like for me, like it comes down to like if you have a perpetual license, and I know not everybody has a perpetual license, but let's say you have a perpetual license, you have the program, so it's not gonna just like disappear, right? All of the tools that you need, it's all right here. Like everything that I need is in 2022 right now. So I'm not exactly like worried about that per se, but I do understand the frustration. It's just sort of, I don't really know what else to say. You know what I mean? Like I don't really know what, like, there's not a lot of thoughts on it other than potentially the updates themselves being really good. Because the thing is, like, think about it, right? Like from a business standpoint, from strictly business, 100% business right now, right? if you were to acquire a really like a program that has like really good standing with the community and everything, right? Hypothetically, would you want to just throw that in the garbage, or would you want to say, hey, like the next update that comes out is going to be even bigger and badder than everything else, and something that may not have been able to be possible before, to convince people to pay for the update? Because I don't think that most people like will just like pay for updates if there isn't anything significant coming through. So if there is something significant coming through, then you do pay for the update. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm not good at talking about these things. I'm not worried about it personally, but I also do this for a living. So I'm not coming at this from a hobbyist perspective or a student perspective. I'm coming at this from a professional standpoint where I buy my software and pay for it. And it's like just something that you do because you're going to be getting money from your clients using that software, right? So if you're not making money off of it though, like, I'm not really sure. I don't think I should really like talk too much about that. Okay, I was gonna do some chunky things with his fingies. I mean, like, okay, well, the free updates thing, again, like I said, like, for, like, that was, like, incredibly nice of Pixelogic to be doing that for so long. You know, like, especially because, like, I guess, like, people don't realize, like, how small of a team Pixelogic was for, like, all things considered, like, what the program does, right? Like, it's not, I don't know. They weren't able to, I guess, like, implement everything that maybe they've been dreaming about. Again, they've had, like, a smaller team than I think a lot of people realize. And they were still able to offer so much, which is really crazy, for so long too. And I get, like, not everybody was like on that train, you know, since some people got this, like, some people got ZBrush for like $100 or something back in the day, and it was free updates ever since, like, no matter what. So there is an argument for that, right? Like, okay, well, they've been offering it for free for so long, right? But now it's Maxon doing the pricing now, right? So yeah, I'll fix it. Don't worry. I'll fix everything. I'll fix the world. I believe that world hunger should end, and I will get right on that. And there will be no more suffering. And there will be no more pain, and everybody will be happy. There you go. I did it. Did it work? Thanks, Sergio. I appreciate it. Yeah, I used Keyshot for the render, and then I did a lot of painting on top of it to make it work. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really have too many words on the Maxon stuff. I do understand, like, you know, the fear though that comes with it because of things like what, like, Adobe did and with Substance and other acquisitions. But I think, you know, instead of getting super, like, afraid of things, like, just I don't know. I don't have advice. I don't have advice, man. Just keep your eyes open, see what happens. Like, give them a chance. If they don't prove themselves, then, you know, you don't always have to stick with one thing, right? But so far so good, and 2022 has everything that you need, right? That's my thing. But if you're a professional though, like, and you're making money off of this stuff anyways, like, yeah. Do you exclusively use the snake hook in the blockout phase? No, it's my it's like my hammer in my toolbox. Or actually like my my universal screwdriver. Snake hook is yeah, it's with me ride or die. I love it. I love it so much. Not everybody does. I get that, but I love it. All right, let's like ugh with these arms. Like you got big arms. Get no, actually I'll turn dynamic back on. I'm gonna make everything a lot smaller. That's what I'm gonna do. There we go. And get all of this stuffy wuffies. Alright, let's get in another sphere that we can absolutely destroy. I don't like the hands right now. This is definitely going to be edited. Edit. Start getting stuff in there, see what it kind of turns into. If we don't like it, well, we'll just throw it in the garbage. Don't be afraid to throw sculpts that aren't working into the trash. They won't feel bad, trust me, I promise. You might think they feel bad. They don't. They're just being dramatic. What's up? Man bat! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey Lemon, how's it going? What's the difference between snake hook and move brush? Well, snake hook essentially is the crazy cousin, completely unhinged at family dinners compared to the calm and collected move brush. So move brush has a career, right? Move brush has a desk job, basically. So move brush, let's show you. Move brush has a very respectable desk job and makes a 401k that is acceptable for most people. So it will pull things out very nicely and uniform. And it has a limit, right? You're not gonna be like continuously pulling things over and over and over. It will just kind of like pull in a very uniform fashion, as opposed to snake hook. Snake hook likes to grab and have a exponential fall off from one point, right? And it'll keep going. So you can see there's a lot of tearing that happens. So it's kind of the unhinged cousin, but it's doing just great. You know, if you can channel that crazy energy, you know, it's like it's good. It's good. So that's what it does. And that's why I love it. Because it'll just keep going. And so there's no real restriction there. And then if you pair Snake Hook with AccuCurve, you can get some good sharp points as well, which I love. I love pointy bits, especially when you're working low poly like this. So try it, I guess. If you don't like it, then you're definitely gonna want to go back to using ZBrush, which you can also use AccuCurve with ZBrush for the pointy bit feature. How did I learn all that? Just kind of by getting into the program and doing a lot of it. Oh, I have a treat for you guys, actually. Do you want to see some of my first creature sculpts? I found them! I was digging through like some old hard drives, and I found like some of my absolute first creature sculpts when I first so when I got into ZBrush, the first thing that I did was go into the brush palette, right? Because I was familiar with Photoshop, so I was like, ooh, you know what's really fun to play around with is different brushes. So I immediately found the brush palette, and I went in and I started reading the brush names, and I found the name Snake Hook, and I was like, ooh, snakes, clicked that, and the rest is history. So I actually didn't even know about the ZBrush before I knew about the Snake Hook. So that kind of like explains a little bit about like why I use it the way that I did. But you'll see exactly that, you know, with some of the first things. Like here's something absolutely disgustingly, not that one. That's my Twitch. Which one is this? Screen. How do I do screen? Whoops, I gotta do a different screen. Give me a second. Not that display, this display. There we go. There we go. There it is. Ah! Everything went dark. Hello, I'm a boomer. Yeah, so this was like one of the first things that I did right here. Kind of like really crazy to like look at something like this. So this is like one of my very first creature things. And then yes, back when I used red wax. I used red wax, baby. Like, it wasn't even like a screenshot from the program. I literally like took a picture of my monitor. One of my first. I was so proud of this. This is the first time I found the radial menu. Yeah. And then I was just like dragging out alphas on everything. You can see I was dragging out alphas wherever I could. I was like, hell yes, this is the way. And then the colored version, when I found like what materials I could like apply materials to things, I was like, ooh, let's make it all shiny and gooey. My first ones! Sick! I can't believe I found those too. I was like, oh my gosh, like I wonder if I still have that. I'm sure I did other ones too. I just like my old hard drives are such a mess. I don't know if I'd be able to find everything. But those are pretty well my first ones. I think the very first one that I ever made was like this red wax like bird, and I did it with Z spheres like It was not good, but it's around like the same quality, I guess. I love monsters, dude. How can you not like monsters? Who doesn't like monsters? For real. Are you in here and you don't like monsters? For real? What are you doing here? Ooh, he's got a dump truck. I'm gonna like grab this area here. I think I'm gonna. Do maybe pull that down more. Give this more heft. And I like what's going on here, and these as well. Gonna like take that and use it when I Dynamesh. And then that'll be, yeah, I can see what's going on here. Let's do that. Backface masking so that we can actually do this kind of stuff here. Shh, there we go. And I love doing this on top of really low res stuff as well, because then you're gonna get like some nice sort of like harder surfaces when you do Dynamesh. Might look nice and nasty right now, but it Dynameshes into a beauty. Right here, we can bring that down too. I don't want to like it's a bit. We could probably do a mirror and weld on that. So, is it real? Yeah, it is. Just to ensure that the polygons are the same. Yes, it is tortured. Don't you worry. That is the idea. You can see all of like this sort of the planar stuff coming through. That's sort of what I want when I'm sketching like this. All gets resolved within Dynamesh. Dynamesh is our Lord and Savior. All right. Polymesh 3D spheres with no dye mesh. You just using straight up yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Yeah, and then you dynamesh it and work on top of that afterwards. The tiny dragon sculpt I did for you. Oh my gosh, that was so long ago. That's crazy. Yeah, that little mini guy. Well, if they set donation goals on Twitch, like we wouldn't be volunteers anymore. We would probably have to be paid. None of us, like, so I don't think a lot of people realize that streamers here on the Pixelogic channel, like, we're not paid to do this. We're just volunteers. We just kind of like come on and help where we can. It's really all it is. Yeah, I did learn anatomy through sculpting. Not just sculpting though, because I did come from a 2D background. A lot of my actual anatomy I did learn while sculpting, but I also went to life drawing classes and things like that before this. I've been using ZBrush for, I think, going on 7 years. Yeah, you work with such confusing geometry, but that's just it, right? Like that, I told you what my origin was, like, and how that ended up being. I didn't know how to use ZBrush. I just kind of like got into the program and started doing whatever I was doing. And I was, yeah, this is how I sketch. And I guess, like, because I enjoyed it so much, I just kind of figured that other people might enjoy that method as well. I'm sure I'm not the only one that does this. Try and like make these, yeah, there we go. That's looking meaner. I don't know if can you guys see what I'm seeing right now with like the face, like the eye area, the brow and everything. I know it is kind of confusing geometry, but that's what I'm looking for right now, is like, here's like the jaw and the jaw area. I don't know. Let me know if you can see that, or if you need me to like run through it so you can get an idea of what's going on. Kind of just assume that people can see this, but I know not everybody's inside my head. So I apologize. If you want me to explain something more, like, definitely ask, because sometimes I even think that I'm saying something, but I'm just thinking it. And sometimes I say something when I think I'm just thinking it. So... You can give it a name if you want. Whatever this is. He's a big, strong guy. Yeah, I was actually surprised when I realized not everybody knew that we were all volunteers. It's a lot of fun, right, Martin? Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It keeps you loose and stuff, and you know, again, I gotta stress, like, if you're doing something for production, you want to be more clean, right? Especially if you have to hand something off to somebody. You don't want to hand them something like this. But it's great to use this method for exploration and sketching and just having fun in general, right? I don't want to be confused. I'm not confused. I'm just asking if anybody else is confused, that's all. Which tablet am I using? I am using a Cintiq 22 HD. Let's try and get something a little bit more dynamic here. I could also put in his legs, but you know, being taking my time. We've got time. We've got lots of time. Actually have so much time. Still have 3 hours, so. Actually, better take this whole area. Okay. Do some of this and that for insertion point. Actually pull that over this way. What's useful for Testimate? Do I use it? Testimate? I actually don't use Testimation. I will decimate my models if something gets like really dense and I need to like duplicate it everywhere or something like that, just for conceptual purposes, or I'll decimate my model if I need to send it over to another program as like a proxy or something like that. But for the most part, like I don't really like do a lot of like tessellation or anything. Usually like it'll be ZRemesher or decimation. Tessimation kind of isn't part of my workflow, but I think Shane Olson uses it on occasion. Have I recorded some keyshot workflow video or streaming? I actually haven't, and it's like, it's annoying. Like I should try to like pick like a simple concept and just sit down and like do something like that for that entire workflow just to give an idea. But the reason why I don't is because I'm very like, when I'm working by myself, especially with like Photoshop stuff, unless it's for like client, right? Client, I usually just like sit there and I like trudge through it. But I'll get up constantly. I'll be stopping and starting and stopping and starting and stop, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, I'm usually like doing a bunch of different things at once while doing art, because like I just like I gotta like keep I don't know, yeah, so it's hard for me to like just sit there and like do a video. But if you have questions about like any of that, you can always ask me. You know, if I send something over to Keyshot, I will, you know, set up a HDRI scene, and most of the lighting that I do is like very specific to like what it is exactly, like what the final image I want to do is going to be. So I'll kind of like, you know, put in a bunch of like spheres or something like that to just be like spotlights and emissives and things. I usually try to keep the number of lights in the scene at a minimum, and I don't usually go for any volumetrics within Keyshot, unless it's a very specific thing that I'm doing, because then you have to like bump your samples and everything takes a really long time. So I'm just doing something for like a base, right? Like my Keyshot renders are usually, unless it's like a grayscale, like I don't bump up the sampling. So the renders actually don't take very much time at all. And I just kind of like use some of the base materials to, you know, put out different like passes for specularity, or like if it's more of a, you know, something that needs some like metals or gold or something like that, I'll throw those out there. But then I also like will make sometimes my own materials as well, depending on like if I wanted like a texture overlay or something that would be like really easy to just mask out in Photoshop. But yeah, it's very much like a concept / illustration process. Like you don't do that for, you know, your models. Bigger, chunkier. Yeah, I mean, you can sub on the Pixelogic stream. Just know that if you're subscribing, none of that money is going towards the streamers. It's going straight to Maxon Pixelogic, or Maxon now, I guess, is where it's going. Because we're just volunteers, so we don't see that. We don't see that money. Unleash the moons! What's up, Shining? Oh shoot, it's a raid. What's good? Welcome, raid. How are you guys? Who's the raider? Thai Panda, welcome! Welcome. How was your stream? Welcome to the Pixelogic channel. I wonder how long it's going to be taking until this is not called the Pixelogic channel anymore. That's actually interesting. Will it still be the Pixelogic channel? I am confused. I don't know. Will you go through my retopper procedure in this stream? No, because I usually don't do, like, for illustration and concept purposes, I'm usually not retopping anything. It stays very messy just because it's about the sculpt rather than the retopology process. There's other streamers that do retop on stream though. So, you know, I think actually Paul Deasy might have gone through that a few times. I am not Paul Deasy, despite what the title might say. Do I use Snake Hook on a super low intensity? If so, does it work the same as Move Brush? No, I use it as max. I use it at max intensity. If you throw it down to lower intensity, why not use the, I mean, there is a difference between Snake Hook and Move at low intensities, but it's almost negligible in my opinion, and I would just use Move Brush if Snake Hook is not working for you. I use it at max intensity just because it moves things faster and like same response as like when I'm moving my hand. Move Brush, I find it's like much more technical, right? Do I ever struggle with motivation? What fuels you? What fuels me? Oh geez, dude. Honestly, like, I find, yeah, I think everybody struggles with motivation. The big thing is that you can't always just kind of like wait for motivation to show up. And so in that case, like I recommend just kind of like sitting there. If you want to do art, you're thinking to yourself, I want to do art, I just don't feel like it. Suck it up, buttercup, right? Like sit at your desk and just start doing something, which is why, like, you know, this process that I'm showing you, like how to just kind of like not care about the polygons or anything like that, stretch and pull things like however you like, just to like get like ideas, is a lot of fun. And it can give you ideas, because the more that you just kind of like sit there and you start doing something, it will give you motivation to keep going. It's sort of like, you know, I guess you could look at it like you're a steam engine. It takes like a long time to get the train rolling, but once it's going, you know? Do you ever say brainstorming sessions or something like that? Do I ever do brainstorming sessions? Like, I don't know, I guess, like, depending, right? Like, if I need to come up with an idea that maybe I have not been able to... I don't know, it depends on what you mean by brainstorming. Like, if I'm just like, okay, today I'm just gonna brainstorm, and I'm just gonna, like, dedicate today as, like, a thinking day. That's kind of, like, weird for me, because I'm constantly in that state of mind. My problem is I have too many things in my head, and I can't pick one and just do it. So brainstorming particularly is not, like, that's weird to me. But if it's like something for like you know, if I'm doing something for a client, it's very specific, like this is what we need for our project, then I will prepare maybe like, you know, different idea boards that I have in my head before starting, if that's what you mean. But like actually, like, you know, allocating like a day to being like, okay, I'm just gonna think today, like that's weird to me. Like I feel like I'd like stress myself out. At least you won't get on... Oh, I see. So most of the exact coloring and these kind of stuff you do in Photoshop, yeah. So a lot of any of the renders that I do, and like the extra, like, you know, if I want to put like extra hair or, you know, textures and things like that on top, I'll just do it in Photoshop, because it is just kind of quicker for that end image, for an illustration or whatever. Your experience in the workflow where you just render a bunch of matte caps from ZBrush and import that to Photoshop and just composite it. I'm curious about Keyshot. Maybe you'll try that. Yeah, give it a try if you want. If you do the bridge to Keyshot thing, it's cheaper than just the standalone Keyshot, by the way. But, you know, you don't have to use Keyshot either. You can use like another rendering program the same way. Hey Stumpy, yeah, I'm just volunteering here. This is not my stream. There's a bunch of volunteers. This is ZBrush Live, so a bunch of different volunteer artists will stream on the Pixelogic channel. Hi, Brazil. All right, see you, Martin. Have a good night. Do you like the technical part of 3D, like shaders, etc.? Yes and no. I don't like it when I know that I just want to like sketch and things like that, and then I'll just kind of like do this workflow. But if I need to do like, you know, like something is... Like I need to do a full model for client and it's not just concept, then yes, I actually do thoroughly enjoy the problem-solving aspect and the technical aspect of things. If it's just kind of like UVing and, you know, fixing like scan data or something like that, that's not exactly like my idea of fun. I think that that can be a little bit like monotonous. But when it comes to like shader creation, you know, problem-solving, specific tech things, like, I don't know, like maybe you would need something to move a specific way, and like what blend shapes you could maybe implement into the rig to help that. Like, I actually enjoy that kind of stuff as well, because it's like, you know, you actually have to think about it, be creative about that. But when it comes to more monotonous tasks, like I'll do it if I have to, but I don't like it. I don't like UVing, I don't like anything. Yeah, of course, Ty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, the amount of work is scary, feeling capable, and it tends to lead to procrastination often. I understand that. I do understand that. The big thing is just like, and it's hard too to kind of like internalize this, but just picking something and going at it is better than nothing, and just like getting, you know, wasting your life away dreaming, you know. And I struggle with that. I think I dream a little bit too much. And I get lost in my own thoughts a lot as well. And it's gotten like so much worse with the pandemic because I don't like have a lot of like external things to get me out of my own head. And I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that as well. So when it comes to doing work, it's like, you know, you gotta like try to like pick one of those and just start doing it. And if you don't like it, whatever, pick another one, start doing it, right? Like, and then you're doing something, you know, and something is always better than nothing. I said like this to another friend, like, you know, like, ooh, I'm just like dreaming of not dreaming even, right? It's just like, nah, just do something. My personal stream, I have my like, right here. Everything's right here. But I haven't streamed on my own personal channel for a little while. The hair, like when I sculpt hair, I have a video on that. I'll show you a second. Get that. Here you go. That's the hair video I did for the summit. You can check that out. They're an art station of the human currently streaming. Yeah, I'm like A-cubed wherever. Twitter and Instagram, I'm hey_A-cubed because there's a lot of A-cubes. Apparently I'm like not original. So I'm hey A-cubed. But everywhere else I'm A-cubed. Okay. Yeah, Shade, they could do a lot of things. I don't know what the plan is exactly, but right now we're all just volunteers. That's all it is, so that's all it is. That's what it is. That do be what it is. Let me get rid of that and do a little bit something a little bit better here. What kind of legs do we want to give this guy? Do we want to like IMM some legs in here? It's just like, just shove in some like... It never gets old. I do this so much, but it never gets old. Ever. Hey Nicola, how are you doing? Technical question. From what I've always seen and understood, you never model thinking about retopology, or at least the fact that it should be game ready. If you had to model the character creature for real time, how would you manage things? Yes, everything would be different. If I enjoyed this concept enough, like, you know, as messy as it was, then I would probably do a cleanup stage, in which case, you know, I would do a retopology or, you know, I would either retopologize it or ZRemesh at the very beginning and then reproject it to clean it, and make sure everything has enough geometry, nothing is like stretching for the bakes. But I could also just like, you know, dynamesh it, send it over to Maya, do like a quad draw retop. I that's usually how I do my retopology, is like through just Maya quad draw, old school like that. And reprojecting like, you know, base mesh stuff on top of it too. Like if it's a facial thing, like usually you could just use like a lot of like, you know, existing head geometry. You could just like reproject that on top. Of course, if you're just learning, just getting into game dev, just getting into the film industry, I highly recommend you learn by hand how, you know, how that works, like what edge flow is and everything, rather than just taking an existing base mesh and reprojecting it onto what you're doing. I would highly recommend going through and understanding, you know, proper edge flow, because that is that's like, you know, gonna help you get a job. Knowing where to place holes is a very important thing, and understanding how topology can kind of like work the same way as muscle flow. So I would definitely recommend looking into that stuff. Like there's a lot of like really good resources on that. Danny Max got some on retopology. I think Paul Deasy talks about it a lot. Flip Normals has a lot of really good videos on edge flow as well. But yeah, if I were going from a 2D concept, you know, for, again, I'm not a game dev, right? Like I don't work in games, I work in animation and film. However, the principles do cross over. So what I would do, speaking on that regard, is, you know, I would, if I had a 2D concept that I was given, I would work with cleaner primitives to block that out rather than stretching them like this. If something had, you know, a separate, you know, piece on the shoulder, then I wouldn't use it as like one whole bit and like, you know, pull it out or anything like that. I would start blocking out these things cleaner so that I had a cleaner base to work from. But for the most part, like I'll just kind of like do what I'm doing here, and then if the concept is approved, then I'll do like more of like a cleanup thing afterwards with retop. Oh yeah, perfect. If he had his legs up here. Booty. It's booty time. Use these as sort of like is where the deltoid usually would come in and attach here. I'm just gonna have them floating over top, like an exo suit. That flat butt. That in there. Big. Big, 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 big. Big old chunky chunk. Hey Bubbles, what's good? How you doing? Have I ever done any super complicated rigs? No, I'm not a rigger, so like I don't do like really intense tech art stuff. I've only had to rig a couple of times. But you know, working with riggers though, like providing blend shapes, things like that. It's more something that I do often. Well, not as much often anymore. Lately I've been more of like an illustrator slash concept artist, like I've been explaining. Yes. Hello. Go. You're coming out too much. Too much. Fill these areas in more. As much as I want to do that. Maybe I'll pull that down more. Yo, his butt is just hanging out there. Yo, you're just hanging. Yo, it's just hanging. Cannot have that. Unacceptable, but that is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Insert lemon gif. Straighten these guys up more. I'll flesh that out a bit more. Yeah. Sorry, I'm working with proportions right now. I'm just trying to figure out what I think looks good. Beep, beep. This guy got like... Do we want him to be more like this? Like heroic? Kinda... maybe a bit weird. So like humanoid. Oh. So, okay, like you see this kind of like, what are your back muscles called again? I'm blanking. This one. Can't remember what this one's called. I'm blanking right now. That is, I'm using that triangle to kind of create this continued line up here, so that we're gonna have like sort of like this continued like shape that's broken up by the arm silhouette, just to really help sell like the big chunky top part. Lats, yes, the lats, thank you. The latissimus dorsi. Sorry, I blank sometimes on anatomy lingo. Doesn't mean that you don't know it if you don't know the name, it just means that, well, you suck at names. And maybe speaking like I do. Let's see. This one would have to go underneath that as well. He's a big old chunker. Skips leg day. Always skips leg day. The famous butt clench pose? Okay, my bad. Need to... This is how all men stand. Right? Just gotta really like... You really gotta like, you know, just... Ugh! Where's that top thigh bone that connects the leg to the torso? The, you're talking about the, okay, I'm blanking again. Great trochanter. Right? This, so you got your hip. It's not gonna be very visible because I'm gonna have to do this in more of like the sculpt, but... Heebity-heebity-hoo. So, like, you know, you've got your, whoops, your hip ridge, right? And then muscles kind of come down, and then you've got, like, your great trochanter here, right? So here's a bony landmark. These, the iliac crest, kind of, like, shoots outwards, which is why you get, like, that V shape that comes down with your abs, kind of comes through there and attaches to the iliac crest right here. And then there's also like this frig, man, my anatomy like lingo is so bad, but there's a big meat chunk that comes down through here as well. So I'm going to be filling that out too. And it kind of like when you're muscular, it hangs over top of the iliac crest here. And then your butt flap meat comes down through the side here and attaches to the great trochanter as well. Very good. Butt flap meat, you know, it's good. It's all good. We got this. So bony landmark one is, this is a big one, right? The iliac crest on the top. And then this, which is like, you know, your bone kind of like sticks out right there, where like here's the socket to your hip, and your hip, and then the leg bone goes into the socket, and this is a bony landmark right here because your bone, the bone sticks out. This is accurate, by the way. I'm just very bad at describing it. I can't speak, dude. I can't do this. The meat flaps. Just, yeah. So like here, right? Like your butt flaps come down over into the leg right here, right? And then the bone is like right here. So you can actually have everything kind of drop off from that area right there, and where the iliac crest of your hip is. It's called the great trochanter, right? You understood. Good. See, it works. It's all good then. Yeah, you need back face masking when you're working like this. If you don't, you're gonna have a hard time. A real hard time. The Wallach. Yeah, that was God. That's the thing, like a lot of crochets that I see and like anatomy studies do the butts. Like butts are just absolutely clenched to oblivion. They're holding on for dear life, and I just don't. Butts can relax, you know, like you don't have to do that. You don't have to. I'm gonna have to do a lot more of this work in Dynamesh, which is fine. I'm just wondering though if I even want to do this for the legs, or if I need to do something with the feet here. I think. Grab these ridges. I'll do that. I'll grab the ridges. Big old chunky man orc feet. Got this like top bitty right here. Got it in shapes. What is that called? Part that like rests over top of the foot. Blanking on that one again. But like there's like this big shape that you can just kind of like put over there to simplify all the shape of like all of the tendons wrapping over the top part of your foot. It's sort of like, I mean, this is a very stubby guy right here, but this shape. I mean, it's good to know what the names are, and I'm not saying I don't know what the names are. My recall when I'm speaking is just very, very bad. I have very bad verbal recall. And I mention this every stream. Like, I'm very bad at speaking and collecting my thoughts, so... It's good to know the words, but I'm really bad at recall. I try not to be embarrassed about it, so... You must laugh. You're allowed. Just know that I'm judging you. Screw it. I'm gonna like Dynamesh here. I actually haven't saved at all. Let me just like save real quick. Drink water, save files. Try that again. There we go. Okay. One sec. And back you go. Whoop. Sorry, I had to fix this real quick. There we go. My mic cable is burning. Yes! Yes! Beautiful. How's Monty doing? He's good. He's got his cone on though because he keeps licking his armpits into oblivion. He'll be good though in a bit. Just what happens when your dog has allergies. There we go. See? So you saw how like stretched out and like intense that geometry was, but then when you hit Dynamesh, now it's all usable as it was all stretched out. So now I can get in there and start like sculpting on top of this as well and making it more along the lines of what I want. You know? You know? Aw, that's cute, Bubbles. That's so cute. That's wonderful. I have dead roses on my desk. There's just a bunch of dead roses over there. I ever put my name to your style? Put a name to my style? No. Why would I? My style is pretty much public domain at this point. I show you guys pretty much every single week how to do it. Somebody wanted to give a name to this. Feel free. I don't really care. Not one for labels, you know? I don't like labels. I ain't a label kind of girl. I just labeled myself. The hypocrisy of me. He's trying hard not to laugh. He's just like, I look so stupid. He's in permanent Keck W. Alright, I'm gonna try some fun with masking. Let me save this real quick. Bling! Sometimes I like to have some fun with the masking. Masking, 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 masking. There it is. Okay. Masking, mask by... What do we want to mask by? Mask by... I'm gonna try depth. Do that again. Depth. Do a different depth profile. Sometimes I just play around with these things to try and like see if I can't get something interesting. Nah, I'm not gonna do depth. I'm gonna do maybe cavity. File. View. Might be interesting. And then invert it. I think I'm gonna do that on his face though. Mask out his face area. Okay, and then go to deformation, and we can do a little bit of like a inflate. Ba-ba-boo. Okay. Oh. What's up, Angelus? What's good? How you doing? How goes? Grunchies. Doing good. Art's been slow, but still going. That is what you gotta do. You gotta just push through it. Slow sometimes, but that does change. Sometimes it takes longer. The more patience you have, the better you'll be. Art is such a patience game. It really is. And I have notoriously awful patience. Let's do a pinch. Yes. This is the pinch brush, by the way. I do this a lot for sort of like organic hard surface. Yeah, if you want to use the Cintiq like an Intuos, I'm not really sure why you would want to, but I have both personally. But again, like I've got a lot of devices for art, so sometimes I switch between the two. Free stretched polygons, allow them to be stretched. It's not bad, it's fun. Get on my butt for stretched polys. Let's do more masking. Stretched polygons, nice. God, what? Somebody called it something before. I'm trying to remember. Because I remember somebody gave it like a really good fun name, and I can't remember what it was. Try and remember. Like I said, I'm very bad at remembering things verbally. Words, not my thing. Dude, everybody's been playing that game Wordle. I don't know, man. Scrabble is just, my brain, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work in words. It's so hard. I don't know. Anybody who's good at Scrabble and stuff like that, props, dude, props. You're very intelligent. Hey Dave! Finally saved up enough to get ZBrush. Nice! I hope you enjoy it. Keep in mind too, if you're getting, so I mean, I'm just saying this for like the pricing aspect of it has changed a bit, just so you know. If you're buying ZBrush now, you have a year of free updates to come, but then after that, everything is kind of up in the air what they're going to do. So just keeping that in mind as well. But in my opinion, it's still very much a worth it program, especially if you're getting the perpetual, because then you're always going to have it, like no matter what, right? I'm not going off of a concept, I'm just kind of winging it. Yo, what's up, Ian? How are you doing? How are you doing, Ian? Guys, if you don't know IR Sculpts, he's very, very good at explaining his workflow as he's streaming. He streams here on the Pixelogic channel as well, and I highly recommend you go and check out his streams. He also gives away his models for printing afterwards, too. There's so many of his stuff, like, he just kind of like just gives it away. So if you're like into 3D printing, go and check out Ian's stuff. It's very, very cool. Working so many hours, dude. I was there. I'm like, oh god, this January I feel really bad because I've had to say no to a couple of things already, but I'm really trying to take a break because it's not good, like it's not good to constantly be working like mentally and like also for my back and my arms and shoulders. Like, it's brutal, dude. ZBrush works from a Mac over Apple's Sidecar, which allows you to use it on an iPad with a pencil? Interesting. I've never seen anybody do that before, but that's cool. Yeah, like I'm just trying to take like a little bit of like a work week, because the thing is, like, when I get contracts, it's like it's due yesterday, right? And so I'm just kind of like, hey, you know, it'd be cool if I maybe just didn't. I just didn't for a little bit. So keep on tabs on like what that ends up being. Maybe I'll like never get any work ever again. Oh well. It's always scary, but that's honestly something you need to do as a freelance artist, is know when you have to take a professional break as well. Because like you can, once you get rolling in freelance, work kind of just keeps coming, at least in my experience, which is a blessing, but that can also like really hurt you as well. So you gotta know when to be like, okay, like I just need to take a breather here for like a month or something, and then I'll come back to it. But then it's also scary because you're like, well, maybe I'll never ever get work ever again, but that's the wrong mindset to have. Hey Tyrell, how's it going? Oh, that's cool, Shader. Yeah, I've never actually seen that, so that's actually really cool. Rod, that's not actually 100%. I mean, like, if you don't want to work like for indie stuff anymore, then yes, but you'd be surprised how much studios are willing to pay you. Raising your rates, like, you'd have to like be giving out ridiculous rates, right? And on one hand, yes, but then on the other hand, it's like you still need to take a break as well. So yeah. I get stuff done a lot slower when you're well, exactly, that's just it, right? Is you know, things I'm sure you guys noticed the last few streams that I've had, like maybe not as much this one, but like the last few ones that I've had, I was like really slugging along. Things were like really not coming out too quickly, and I was like really like down. It's just like it's just working too much, right? Like you need to take a break from things and just not do stuff or switch gears or something. You can't always be doing you can't constantly go. Art ain't like that, man. It ain't like that, bro. No matter what anybody wants to tell you, it ain't like that. Okay, do I like this curve? I do. I think I'm gonna take this though. Here. And then pull it out maybe a little bit. Just want that edge right there because it'll go curve, boom, boom. Yes, I like it. Hey Murphy, I'm just working on a big boy. Just a big guy, you know, big chunky boy, big chunky guy. Yeah, the sleepy part. I mean, I was pretty sleepy today too. I'm just trying to get into the groove again, you know? I haven't been getting into that flow state lately, so you just went and go even slower in art and just play some games. Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine to take breaks and play games and stuff. Like, you know, don't feel bad about that. There's always like that, like, there's always the hustler. I like to call it the hustler in the back of your head. The hustler back there is like this weird, like, toxic motivational speaker who's just like, what are you doing? Get off your butt. If you don't do it, no one will. And it's just like, okay, dude, that's great. You know what's also really good? Breaks and enjoying life. So you gotta like find a balance. I'm not saying like the dude in the back of your head screaming at you to get work done isn't good. It's good, but it's not good all the time. You gotta tell him to shut the fuck up. It's about drive, it's about power. It's just like, it's so, I don't know, it's too much. It can be too much. Ooh, curve. Wait, actually, do I want, wait, do I have the extrude profile? You want to use one of these random things in here? Maybe? Maybe we want, like, bunch of these. Man. Big brush, maintain the profile so it doesn't get too stretched out. Hustler gets smacked with a newspaper if he tries to stick his head through the window while you're having a break. I mean, I don't... Okay, so here's like another thing too, which is a little bit... This one's a little bit more controversial. Again, I don't work good like the normal, like... I usually work with my own kind of schedule. When I have some, like, that isn't scheduled, isn't like necessarily planned, I find, okay, this is really controversial, so take this with a grain of salt. I'm not saying this to enable anybody or anything like that. I'm just sort of saying it as like there is like another way, you know, to work. If you think about it as everything is a series of resistances, right? If you're thinking about something that isn't something that you're currently doing, that is a resistance. And anything that is some sort of a resistance will require energy to keep at bay, right? And so if you're sitting there trying to work and it's not your scheduled break, but you're thinking of something else, like you want to do something else or you have something else that you need to do, that will be a resistance and it'll take energy out of you from what you're doing. And so some people that do like a 9 to 5, for example, might find it really, really tiring when they get home and they don't have any like energy to do the things that they were thinking that they wanted to do when they were like, you know, at work. And I like, maybe it has something to do with that mental resistance, right? And that everything does take like this energy out of you, you know, pushing back against that. So for me, like if something pops up into my head and it's like not my scheduled break, but I know I need to get something done, then I'll just be like, okay, I'll come back to this. I'm just gonna go and do that thing really quick and then I'll come back to this. And it works better for me most times. It depends on who you are. Again, this is very, like, I know it's controversial to say that. Some people work really, really well on strict schedules. Like, this is what you're doing at this time and only this time. I try. It doesn't work for me. It just really doesn't work for me. So if that's the case for you, maybe think of it more of like you're working through resistances and how to make your life as seamless as possible. Like make things flow and all that. Whatever. I don't want to get too weird about it, but... Grab that nut. Yeah, exactly. Find whatever works for you. You know, not everybody's going to be the same. Not everybody's going to be able to take the same advice as everybody else either. I think it's really, like, disingenuous for somebody to say, like, this is the way and the only way that you have to do something. Because yeah, there's a lot of times where, I'll sit and I have to do something really menial, and it drives me nuts. Like, I could almost like scream. I get so anxious and frustrated over certain things that I might have to do. And so that actually gets alleviated for me if I'm able to take really quick, frequent breaks when I feel like I need to walk away from it and then come back and, you know, not have anything else open except for the thing that I need to do, and just do a little bit and then walk away and like do it in bursts if a specific task is like really bothering me. Whereas like in different environments I might have just had to like deal with it before, right? So you know, and then if you're like working at a place that doesn't allow you to do that, it will really ruin your work like pace, right? And so that's where I'm just like, I don't know, like it bugs me when, you know, if there's like a manager that tells you you absolutely have to work a certain way. I think at the end of the day, if whatever way you're doing is getting your work done when it needs to get done, then that's great, right? But not everybody thinks like that. So there's a lot of people actually think like, you know, however their brains work is how everybody's brain works, and it's unfortunate. But if you're able, because not everybody's in the position to be able to do that, but if you're able to find what works for you and stick with that, then absolutely do that and don't feel bad about it. Alright, this dude's got like little mini legs. You got them mini legs, boy. Got them mini silly legs. I'm just gonna give it a little bit more of like an inflate. Chunk them up a bit. Hardest thing about school for you is not learning how everyone else does. You need time to digest information and apply it. It can't be put on the spot. Yeah, I had a hard time in school too. I had a really hard time staying awake and focusing on pretty much like any lecture ever by any teacher. Like nothing was sticking in my brain. It was only until like it was like homework time. Like I was at home with my book, like the workbook itself, and then I would learn everything on my own, like at home. So if I wasn't doing homework, I was failing, right? Like that was like my big issues. Like I couldn't focus on what like lecturers were saying. I was always like drawing and like daydreaming in class. I always had issues with that. So like, you know, everybody's different. And it sucks too, because it's like, I'm really interested in physics and chemistry and biology now, but when I was in school, like, and like in class and stuff, like I thought all of like science was boring, but it was because of the teaching system, and like, you know, I didn't really, I don't know, it just wasn't like a thing for me. It didn't feel exciting enough, but now it's different, and I think that's kind of like unfortunate, because it's like, well, how many of us would have been interested in so many other things, like math, for example. I'm gonna have to do defining this stuff. Yeah, this is ish no good. And here, just needs more wrappy wrap. And this guy comes in more. That. And that. Right on here. I sound unmellow today. Fantastic. Yeah, 100%. It's really good to walk away from what you're doing and then come back to it. It's almost like you have a new set of eyes and you're like, whoa, what was I noodling on before? why Wacom and not Huion? It's personal preference. I have been using Wacom for a long time. I just like it personally. There's not really a specific reason. I haven't really used the XP pens or Huions or anything like that. So if you enjoy them, they do come at a price difference, like a significant price difference. They're a lot cheaper. So if it works for you, it works for you. I think when it comes to professional stuff, like you might get a little bit picky, like the feeling of like the pen on glass, for example, what the actual like stylus feels like and stuff. And that, you know, to some people is negligible. To me, I really like the Wacom, but I haven't really used like any of the recent models of Huion or XP pen, so I can't really talk on that. The art of BSing, Rod. The art of BSing. Yeah, the education system has been around since like the 50s, right? And that was like, it was, well, the current one is like, you know, it was built around like when the 50s, you know, getting people into the labor force and stuff like that, where it was just like everybody sit in the classroom and learn this one thing. And I think we've advanced enough to understand that everybody has like their own needs and stuff, that like the education system and the way that teaching happens needs to evolve. And I'm sure it will, right? And I think there are changes that are happening, but I know for sure when I was in school, it wasn't working super good. I was still getting good enough grades, but yeah, I did a lot of that like at home. I learned a lot of it at home, out of the classroom. Why don't I work with perspective activated? It's just like so I can see silhouette. I mean, I can put perspective on, but it's not gonna, you know, if you're gonna put it on, work in like 85 or something like that, but it doesn't make too big of a difference. It doesn't really matter to me. If I wanted to check things like for a specific like angle that I was doing an illustration in or something, then I would put perspective on and I would bounce around with more extreme angles. And then if I'm doing more of like a likeness thing or character sculpting, like, you know, on like a sculpt that's gonna go into production, I'll have perspective on, but it doesn't really, when I'm doing like silhouette stuff, it does not matter to me. See, you know what's really like unfortunate is math really interested me as well, but it was too late when it started to interest me. So I was in math in high school math. Because of my problem focusing in class and like just like all the daydreaming and like doodling and like nonsense that I was doing and just not being there mentally when they were talking about things. I ended up almost failing a couple of years until I went into like I went to a different teacher, essentially. Like it was like a different class, and then they taught me a different way, which was a lot more engaging, and the class size was way smaller, and my grade literally jumped from a 50 to a 98%. I was just like super into what I was doing, but at that point it was too late and I was about to like go to college, and so I was like, well, animation, you know? And so I'm very much interested in math and sciences, but it's like, you know, in school it was too late. Like I got shown the way too late, you know? So I just kind of like look at that stuff on my own time. I think it's fun to read about. I think that's why I'm like so drawn to like science fiction too. Do I give him big pantaloons? in big pantalones. I want to like pull these parts out more. Like, just got like more upper body strength. School is pressure to accomplish in limited time. Yeah, it was, yeah. School, man. So I think like a lot of artists can relate to that though, like, you know, just the whole like just being daydreamers, like trying to make your own custom UI, but you don't know how to make the UI spaces bigger to fit more stuff. Do you know how? So if you're dragging stuff, like, first of all, preferences in your is it interface? You can actually reduce the button size right here. So if you want like smaller buttons, you can probably fit more things in. Drag that all the way down and it'll say like effects won't take into place until you restart ZBrush. So you just do that and then save it and then restart ZBrush and then you'll see everything is a lot smaller. But you can't like make the buttons bigger or smaller without restarting the program. Hey Ignite, oh my god, it's so hard to read your name. Ignis, hi, how are you doing? You never knew about astrophysics until 3 years ago and I'm already done with school. I feel it's pretty unfortunate, right? It really sucks. Astrophysics is probably one of the coolest things out there. It's hard. It's really hard to wrap your head around a lot of these concepts, but it is so fascinating when you do. And it's addicting too. It's like this like constant like, it's gonna sound weird, but like this like thirst for like learning new things constantly. It's just, there's so much. It's a new frontier of knowledge. But it's just like getting that initial like past that initial like, oh, it's just equations, right? Like getting real life examples for things, having things be tangible, it makes it so much more interesting and interactive. I'm still working with his like proportions here. They bother me. Just gonna try something, see if this makes any difference. No. Fixing her up. All right, let's see. The model is looking amazing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Do I love learning? Of course, I absolutely. I'm like, the more stressed I am, the more I learn. That sounds weird, but my like I don't know. I go and read things not related to what I need to do if I am stressed. So the more stressed I am, the more I know about black holes. What's up, Ray? Thank you. Hi, Spicer! I didn't even see your comment there. Because all the Twitch ones that come through, they have like lit up names, you know, different colors, and then everything YouTube is just text. That's just restream. How are you doing, Spicer? Spicer is another streamer here on the Pixelogic channel if you wanted to go check him out. He streams here. I'm not sure. You can drop your schedule. I'm not sure exactly which days, but more streamers. We had Ian in here earlier as well. I don't think he's still around though. Have I seen Red Berserk anime manga? I have seen it. I have not gotten through it, no. Unfortunate. Thanks, we're just having fun. We're just sketchy. We're just sketchy here. I don't know if anybody knows, but I'm gonna be, the next live I have is gonna be over on the Stylus League. We're gonna continue the Xenomorph that we started last week. And the Stylus League stuff has been really, like, it's gonna be really difficult for me because they want me to just, like, do progress within 2-hour segments with them, which is, like, really cool, but then also, like, I get, like, oh, I just want to, like, continue this afterwards, but I have to wait a whole week and then start on it again. So that's pretty, like, that's pretty wild for me. But that's the next one. I've been doing a Xenomorph mashup. So mixing kind of like a terrestrial creature with Xenomorph aesthetic from Alien. I'm doing like a praying mantis type dealio. Don't like these being straight like that. Hold on, let me try and get this stuff more out like that. Starting to want it all to kind of like move downwards. It's better that way. Booty, 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 booty. That also on Twitch? Yeah, it's yeah, their live shows are full start to end projects, but it's just gonna be interesting for me. It's on their YouTube. You can just look up Stylus League, like Stylus League. I think they might have a Twitch for it as well. I'm not sure. And that'll be on Friday. Save it real quick. Here, I'll show you what the Xenomorph blockout is looking like. It was from the last section, or the last session on Stylus League. Here it is. So this is what I'm doing. This is the base blockout. So I'm doing like a mantis, like Xenomorph, you can see. So we're gonna continue that on Friday. It's gonna be fun. La 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 la. Let's see, what do I want to do here? Okay, I'm gonna dynamesh the arms and the hands as well. This one's a million polys. That might be a little bit too intense. So if it's too intense, you can always just undo, throw the resolution lower, and then hit dynamesh again. So 200 is easier to work with at this stage. I'm doing a lot of like triangles and stuff like that, so I'll probably like make sure to bring that all over the sculpt as well. Like I don't want to just kind of like start using triangles and then not have that continue anywhere else. That is not going to be bad. That's going to be bad design. I don't want bad design. Actually, we'll do the opposite there. Do up and down. Down. Up. Down. And same thing, I'm gonna go through here. Wait, real quick. Rid of this stuff. And I'm gonna go to play around with masking. Mask by a cavity. Okay, actually do the same kind of idea that we had over here. Like that. And then we can do a little boopity boopity boo. Okay. Do I want this? No, I'm not gonna make these the actual shoulder blade things. I'm just gonna have them kind of like sit over top like this. Bring that out. Okay. I'm gonna have to like make a insertion here. Because this is gonna be sitting on top. And this one can pull down more. Insert, insert. Okay, solo that out, bring this back in more as well. And then this guy, same thing. Go up here. Just to give that idea. All of this stuff in here. Going up there. Where would the shoulder blade be? Like here. Underneath all of this muscle. Still want to indicate it. Don't know what's going on here, but we're gonna play around with that, I guess. Why not? Okay. Shoulder blade would be where that does a difference. Goes boop, boop, boop. In terms of the back structure. And it's shelving. I like to call it back shelves. Do them back shelves be looking like? Well, pull them out like this. Put that butt out a little bit. He's got a square butt. Come on, this should take like 10 minutes. Wow, you can do this whole thing in 10 minutes? That's amazing. That's amazing. Good job. Does anybody have, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. It's all good. Hey, comics. So, okay, you know what's really funny? Actually, I'm gonna go off of like the trolling that Maxon is doing right now. So, something very interesting that I find a lot of like newcomers to art, they think that like once you get to a certain point of status, like, you know, like, oh, you've gotten to a certain point in, you know, all the art that you do, that you stop learning and you're just a master. But I think it's more along the lines of you are always learning and you never stop learning. And so to think that, you know, somebody who's just doing something on a stream should be, you know, this absolute master that doesn't need to learn anything at all is indicative more of the fact that you have a lot to learn yourself. Opinion. No worries. Yeah. Does everybody hate sculpting ears, or is it just me, normal, boring human ears? They can be fun. You just have to learn. You have to learn, I guess, like the overall shape of it. Like the very basic, where those three different things is, like, you know, the lobe, the inner kind of like conch shape, and then, you know, that top bit that kind of like folds underneath the lobe that continues to the top. And once you have those three, then you can kind of move them around. It becomes less boring. I find when you understand something a little bit more, you can make it fun. But when you don't understand something, it's not fun. I think that's the big thing. See, again, like hating feet, I think that's because you need to do even more feet studies. So if you hate doing something and you find that it's like, oh god, I gotta like trudge through this because it's not looking right, that means you should probably do more of that to learn more about it. And then it does become fun because it's easier. Dude, yes, feet are the most important part of the sculpt. IMM feet. Yeah, that's fair, Tolk. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. It's like your ears can be annoying to sculpt for sure. Go catch it, footbrush. Exactly. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm just sculpting here. Doing what I do. Just chilling. I am giving you signal that your process of design gave gaps. Okay. I guess. What's your opinion on re-illusion character creator versus making a character from scratch? Real illusion character creation? I'm not sure what— I actually don't know what re-illusion or real-illusion character creator is. I actually haven't seen that one, so I'm not sure. But making a character from scratch, I mean, you're always going to learn, learn a lot more that way. Like, if you're just starting out, I would recommend making characters from scratch, absolutely. But if you're doing it for production, you know, if you're doing any kind of like character creator and you're doing this for like a client, you should really be careful because, you know, you don't want to be using something that has like copyright material or anything like that that would get your client in trouble, and then therefore you as well. Like, you don't want that. So I really highly recommend like not doing that kind of thing. Maybe make your own base mesh, or buy a base mesh that has like free what's it called, free, like royalty free, or, you know, you can buy a license for the thing. Yeah, I mean, Marcin, you're allowed to not like what it is that I'm doing, but if I have like, I have one request for anybody who has like, you know, criticism for anybody's work, right? Then don't just like say this is bad and you suck and you should die. I mean, you didn't tell me that essentially, but you shouldn't really just come in and say like this sucks or this is bad and your process is bad. You should maybe elaborate on why you don't like something and try to differentiate if that's maybe just a personal taste, like you don't like the art style, versus, you know, if something is fundamentally wrong, in which case that would be constructive criticism, right? If you just kind of come over to an artist and say, yeah, this is bad, it's kind of like, thank you. Have a good day, you know? Like, there's not really much, you're not really inviting a conversation there, Marcin. So, politely, if I could, ask you to maybe be a little bit more constructive instead of instigating. And them thick fingers. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. There's always something with chat. I don't know. It's all good though. I just ask that everybody like be respectful of each other. That's it. You know, if you know, having critique, like I said, it's totally fine. And it's, you know, if you don't like something or you see something like less of like if you don't like something, if you don't like something, you know, you have to be critical of yourself as well, right? Like, oh, I don't like that. That's ugly. You know, you're thinking that in your head, but then you're like, but that's just like, you know, that's my taste, right? I don't need to necessarily tell the artist that their work is ugly in that opinion, because that's just hurtful and that's not constructive. Constructive would be, hey, there's an easier way to do this. I was wondering why you wouldn't be doing it that way. Okay, that opens up conversation and we can talk about it, right? Whereas the other one, you're just insulting the person. And art is a deeply emotionally tied thing, right? And I guess a lot of like beginners don't really realize that either, or people who don't do art themselves, is it's not nice to say something like that, you know, critique that isn't constructive, because it hurts on a emotional level, like deeper than a lot of people realize. I'm not saying I'm hurt. I'm saying this on a general sense, right? Because I do get hurt. Not necessarily in this situation. I'm just saying that, like, in general, like, it can be very harmful to constantly bombard an artist, like, you know, with language like that when it isn't constructive. So if you want actual conversations with the artist and you want to build good relationships and good community with other artists and get better at art yourself and learn from each other, then make sure that it's constructive and it's not, you know, it's not something where you're just insulting the person. Hi Alex, how are you doing? Yeah, no, exactly. Well, that's just it, right, Marcin? Like, I wanted you to tell me that right off the bat because now I can actually talk to you, right? Like, it's okay if you have thick skin or whatever, like, that's totally fine, but I want to talk to you now and tell you what the purpose of this stream is and what we're doing here. We don't have a goal. The whole purpose of this stream is to come in without a goal. So that already breaks down your argument. The whole purpose here is to open a sketchbook, not know what it is that you want to do, and just kind of start sketching. And I'm showing people, you know, how you can do that and have fun with it in 3D as well. Like, you don't need a plan to sketch in 3D. You don't need any of that to have fun in 3D. If you're stuck, you know, and hitting a blank wall, what can you do to kind of get away from that? So it's kind of the same thing as just opening a sketchbook and just doodling random shapes and trying to find what it is inside of that. It's very freeing and non-constrained to any technical limitations or, you know, outside concepts or anything like that. You're just sketching. That's all that this is. That's all it is. So that's sort of what I mean by like coming in and just kind of like throwing around insults, saying that somebody doesn't know what they're doing. That's more indicative that you yourself don't know what it is that's going on. It's better to just like ask, right? Or say like, hey, you know, like this is what I would do in this situation. How come you're not doing that? Perfect. It's a conversation starter. I love to answer questions and have conversations. I've learned things from chat too, right? So it's just like, it's a less toxic way to interact with each other. That's all. Yes, exactly, Marcin. It's just having fun. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna like grab his hand here. Bring up that hand. Oh, and another reason too, I'm not working in perspective. Somebody was asking that earlier, like how come I don't do these like sketches in perspective? It's literally because of this. Like, you know, when I'm doing like silhouette stuff and shape stuff, if you're in perspective, you can see like when you start like masking stuff off, you're not gonna get precise masking because of the perspective. So that's another reason why I don't do it unless like I already have the concept or something like that. But masking, not masking within perspective makes things a lot easier. You were streaming tonight, but YouTube said Paul. Oh yeah, I know. The title didn't change. I'm sorry. I'm just Paul tonight. Do I prefer concepting in 2D first or working in 3D for the start? For personal work, honestly, it really depends on what my goal is. Like if I just I just kind of want to do something personal, but I don't have a plan, I'm just gonna sit down and start doing whatever I want in 3D, right? And then go from there. But if I have in my mind like a whole composition and everything, I will literally do that quickly in Photoshop. Like I'll sketch something out and then I'll work from there, and then I'll keep doing drawovers as I am sculpting, just to get something that I like more. Yeah, go sit in the corner, comics. You're on timeout. Sorry, you're on timeout. That's rude. That's very rude. How dare you? Watching more streams, it just hard to face how. Okay, yeah, but like I mean, when you're just starting, like everything is intimidating, but the more you work at it, the faster, like it'll get better and better and better and better and better, right? You have to have patience with yourself at the beginning. Do something that's fun, that is simple, that will give yourself a win. You can stack wins, you know? And it'll give you that confidence to keep going. Yeah, Monty's sleeping beside me. Yeah, he's just chilling. Hey, Joe. Well, I'm glad it's helpful, Lucas. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to be aggro. It's so easy to be aggro. I don't want to be aggro. I don't have that energy. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Get some more like hard, ooh, itchy eyebrow. And get some more hard edges in here. your artworks be animated too, or only sculpted? In here, yeah, it's a sculpting program. Yeah, he's got hams, all right. He's a hammy guy. I love them hams. Oh, okay, no worries, Creeper, Creeper, Reaper. I'll check it out later. All you need is clay buildup, move, and Damium standard and snake hook, maybe a trim dynamic. Yeah, I mean, there's like, you know, that cycle of like 5 or 6 brushes is different from person to person, but it's around the same, like, the same kind of thing. Like me, like if I cycle through my brushes, I've got clay buildup, I've got Damium standard, H polish, snake hook, inflate, pinch. And then these 2 are optional, Mac Cut Mech A and /2. Those are all, that's like my main thing, and then I just mask like crazy. You've been hard on yourself for finding a new brush and just clench onto it. You made me realize it's not that bad, and I think you've been too harsh on this snake hook. You'll try to learn it more. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't have to use snake hook, and you don't have to use certain brushes either. You gotta find, like, what works for you. Just know that there isn't a brush that's going to make it easy. There's no brush that's gonna make it all of a sudden, like, your work is gonna be really good, right? And you just have to do a lot of it. Certain brushes will feel better for you, though. And certain brushes are always going to be better for certain different situations. Like, I'm not always going to be using only the brushes that I mentioned to you. I might use other ones for different situations, right? So play around with it, enjoy that experience as well of just like experimenting and trying things. Yeah, exactly what Angela said. I am gonna go and take a quick bathroom break, and then I'll come back and finish up the last little bit of the stream. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Let me put up my BRB. I just have to go to the bathroom really quick. Hello? There you go. Okay, I'm gonna be back. One sec. Wait, back at it. What's up? You want to say hi, bud? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? There he is. There's the cone. There's the cone. Alright. Back to work. Back to workies. Yeah, he's got his cone on. I'm not gonna pick him up right now, otherwise the cone is gonna be like slapping my face. He has allergies and then he licks himself raw and then you have to put the cone on him for a little bit until it heals. He's fine. He uses his cone as a weapon. He has a lot of like things that he does for fun with his cone. He's good. He'll be fine. Alright, let's give this dude, let me see if we can get, lazy mouse. Turn that way down. Oh, why that one's so high on this all the time. Huh? Is it not working anymore? There. He is a good boy. Where's my split mask? Thinking of sculpting without stylus, but with your hands, is it possible to still have a good work? I mean, yeah, like what you mean, like with a mouse, right? Or are you talking about like analog sculpting, like with what's it called? Are you talking about like clay sculpting, like clay sculpting? Of course you can still have good work, but if you're talking about like just using a mouse and not the stylus, I mean, good luck to you. If you can pull it off, then that's like wicked cool, but I don't know. So once all of that is there, then I'll just kind of like, this is like a really easy way to do hard surface, by the way. Because like after after you kind of like dump these things down, you can even like ZBrush it so it like you can half this and it'll kind of like keep getting like lower res. I mean, you could also like just draw out low res meshes, but then you've got like some like super low res like paneling that you can start like pushing around. Grow on dynamic, right? And then I like to mask by polygroup here. Let me just quickly ZBrush these guys as well. Bare hands for a touchscreen PC. I don't know about that. I mean, you can try. I don't. That's. No, I'm not sure. To be fair, I really don't know if that would work. I feel like if it would work, you'd see a lot more professionals doing it. So I'm skeptical. But try it, you know, maybe. Auto group. There we go. Don't want make a group I'm doing that. Let me see here. So I mean, if you had just put down how do I say this? Like if you were just to like drag this out, for example, right? Something cool that happens is it does create polygroups. So if you weren't just like, you know, using it as sort of like I am, which is like just throwing stuff on to like move it around on top, you can actually clean this up super easy. Just with like, you know, the fact that it's all like polygrouped and stuff. And then also on top of that as well, like with stroke, you can actually frame mesh. So with curve functions, frame mesh right here. So if you follow along a border in the polygroups, or you know, even if you have creased edges somewhere, you can actually let like an IMM follow along that, like a curve or a curve tube, so you can get easy trimming and stuff. That's pretty cool. Feeling like we need more lats. like so much lit. Machines hack themselves. That needs to be its own thing. You can always just go and get some, like, chisel. Chisel is fun. I really, oh man, something that bugs me like no tomorrow is just this massive lazy radius on like so many things. Like who is doing that? Who is default doing that? I want a word. We'll fight you. Hey Daniel, how's it going? You sculpt with a mouse, just way more time because you— wow. The patience of you, Lord Bane. I do not understand. Kudos. I would get a tablet if I were you. I don't know why you're doing that to yourself. You could probably find a tablet for under $100, like a Bamboo or something like that on eBay or something. Go and get one. It will save your life. It will save you so much time. Stop it. Unless like there's a very specific reason why. Potbelly? What is that supposed to be like? A hard surface? What about potbellies? You want to make a potbelly hard surface? Yo, what's up, Jose? How's it going? Jose's another streamer here, by the way, guys. Jose Rosales. Roses. Rosy boy. I'm sorry. He does like some really great concept stuff as well, like creature things. You should definitely check out his streams too. And he's super nice, answers a lot of questions really well. Go follow and check out his stuff, please. Thank you. The eye to hand feeling is another word for— yeah, I understand that, but like I think the problem with like doing it with your hands on on a touch screen is like the touch sensitivity. Like there isn't like pressure sensitivity. I mean, maybe I'm behind the times. Maybe there is, but I don't know about that right now. Will that make it lower? How do I make that a lower resolution again? Is it here? Yeah, okay, so in your brush menu, if you're when you're doing masking projection stuff like I'm doing right now, if you want that to be lower resolution, go into your brush menu, scroll down to mask mesh modifiers, and you can just like shove that resolution down. And then you can also make the bevel bigger if you want. Like, I like this, like, go down, you know, like low resolution, because then you can get, okay, maybe not that low. Maybe like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There it is. Look at that. Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh. What is... Oh, yeah, and then also there's like the auto masking. Oh, I'm masked by polygroups, that's why. Okay, turn that off. There we go. And then you can like rinse repeat this for like all hard surface stuff that you're doing. It's so easy. And it's like super low res too, so you can just do this if you want to. And who's gonna fight you on it? You can always go in and clean it up after. Hit it with a little bit of whoosh whoosh whoosh. Maybe not like that, but like this. Easy peasy. Paul Deasy. That's my name tonight. Did I start with a no screen tablet? If so, why did you switch and what is the difference? Yes, I started with a Wacom Intuos Pro Medium. I did not start with that actually. I started with a much older tablet. Also a Wacom though, when I first started doing digital painting in like when I was in high school or something like that. And then I ended up getting a Intuos Pro Medium like a year into my job, my first job, which was really great. And now I'm on a Cintiq. So the difference is the hand-eye coordination. It is really nice to be able to just kind of like get in there and be involved in your sculpt overall, like just be focused on what it is that you're doing. So in terms of like involvement, the Cintiq does feel better. The problem is ergonomics. You're gonna have an easier time with your back and your arms with a desk tablet that isn't a screen tablet. If you have a screen tablet, you're gonna have a hard time. Until, you know, you figure out like taking proper breaks and things with it. So keep that in mind. Let's do extrude profile again. Here down. Do you hear the Damn. Vroom, vroom. Wait, I'm doing this again. No. Yeah, I mean, like, the other tablets, like, I've heard that they're really good too, so if you don't have the money for a Wacom, you could always, like, go for, the other brands as well, like Huion and XP Pen. They're a lot cheaper. How much time do we have? 20 minutes? Whoa, it's a zombie wolf. How you doing? How goes it? It has been a while. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm really sorry, zombie. I'm really sorry to hear that. Jesus. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry. I don't know how to react to that. That's really, really, really sad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can talk about literally anything else. I am super sorry. That's brutal. I'm gonna go to T-pose master. And I'm gonna try and play with this proportionally before I stop. Because like it's just this like it's kind of boring in my opinion. I'm gonna try and pull this a lot more. The interview a couple of months ago. Which one? Done a couple of interviews. So I'm not sure which one you're talking about. That's cool. It's sick. If it was nice and insightful in some way. Maybe it was just annoying. I gotta fix these legs. They are not working, you know? Less bad for taking 7 months off. No work, growth, zoom. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hi, Ojos. How are you doing? Can I send a brush? It's a modified snake hook with Sculptress Pro enabled. Makes globs of disconnected topology. It's great for No, I'm good, but definitely use that. I don't use Snake or Sculptress Pro too much, personally. I only use it for specific, like if I'm doing like more like hand stuff, in between fingers and things of that nature. Ring. Okay, I'm gonna like do some like specifically proportion things because like I don't know, this design is like boring to me. Like it's just like a humanoid like dude. I'm gonna see like if I can't do something that's a little bit less like, I don't know, play with it more. It's already more interesting. And then I could probably like grab this. Forward, because it's still like doing, yeah. That's already feeling more interesting than what it was that we had. Sometimes you just need to go into T-pose mesh and then just like mess with the overall proportions to get something a little bit more interesting. Can you send... Oh wait, no, I already saw that one. Give him a tail or no head. Just cut his head off. Just say screw it. I mean, sometimes I do that. Done that before, for sure. You're gonna post what? Oh, the brush. Yeah, that's alright. No problem. Problem. See, I don't want to do a spiky there, just because, like, interaction might be kind of weird. The elbow. What time are we at? Oh, I still have 5 minutes. Alright. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I guess, like, if I were to continue this, I would definitely play up the forward-facing triangles. Maybe not so much there. You don't want it to compete with that big one right on the shoulder. But and then the same thing here. Could grab something here. Break the silhouette some more and help the stuff bleed down. Aatrox from League of Legends. Everything is League of Legends. Everything. I actually don't know what Aatrox is. Alright, send that back over. We post a sub T. It's got different proportions. Save. I have not been saving. Dear, I don't even know. Where was I saving this? I have way too many random sculpts that I've started and just like let die in the basement of my hard drive. Canine style dragon legs. That is always a favorite. Scalies. Mm-mm. I'll give him a cape real quick. Before I go. Clean. Double-sided. Do you snack on anything while working? Normally, I'll get up and take breaks every, like, whenever I feel like it. Usually that's like every, like, hour, 2 hours or whatever. I'll just get up and, like, eat crackers and pace around the house with a dog train behind me, picking up anything that I might drop. That's usually how my day goes, is sit down at my desk for like an hour to 2 hours doing something, get up, pace around eating crackers and snacks and whatever, and dog trail eating whatever I drop on the ground. Alright, yeah, hello. Run sim... No, we're probably gonna want that to be tighter. So, let's do... stronger gravity and the firmness. 3. Try it. Still no. You know what? Do this. Just do an initial nudge right here. Put these guys in here. Wait, no, we would have them up like this. Okay, and then let's do dynamics, collision volume, inflate, not really. Calculate. Oops, it keeps closing, sorry. And yeah, let's run it. I want more of a boom. More. actually. Oh, I can pin this guy here. It's very beautiful. Look at this cape. Cloth. Whoops. Cloth. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Cloth. Like, is it a hook? Usually anything. Cloth move. Cloth inflate. Hook. Get some. Also do some stuff there. I don't think I. Nah. I'll just use a bigger brush. It's fine. I will mask that. Yeah. Got subdivisions. Let me get rid of that. Put in beams. Smash. Thank you. And give that some microcodes. Wow. Kind of like weave do we want here. He's got a cape, some wire, nice and raggedy. Could also just do some like average weave. Snake hook addict. Are you gonna get mad at me for that? Am I so bad? And there's the elastic. I don't know. I just don't know. It's like average scales. Get rid of the thickness though if you do that. Oh, it's inverted. There we go. How about chainmail? Chainmail. I mean, I don't really have time to like make other stuff, but then there's like regular chain links as well. It's a little small. You can always just like go over and then ZBrush again to a lower. I did do a bunch of this cutaway though, so we'll see if we can even get anything decent from that. Probably not. I kind of don't want to do it. Yeah, I guess shape-wise, we can just go with something that gets like simple. Ooh, he's so mashed. Look, his butt is showing through the mesh. It's so scandalous. Oh, whoa. So scandalous. Regular cloth. Kind of liked what the scales was doing. Kind of like that. I'm gonna kind of stay with that. we go. Now he's got a cape. Beautiful cape. Will ZBrush keep the small loops? You know what? We can try. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, we'll try. Why not? Here's the thing right now. If we want to do like half of that, we'll do a ZBrush. It might get all like weirdo. Yeah. See, that's why. So if you wanted to do like this kind of like whole thing, I would recommend doing it with booleans instead. You can do it with booleans instead if you wanted a lower resolution mesh. And then kind of like to keep things a little bit cleaner when you wanted to do something with like if you wanted to do something with micro mesh, right? Otherwise, you're gonna have a hard time. Alright, so here's our dude. I guess I'll just do like a quick kinda color. Let's just do like a fill. Not all of it. I guess like paint. Kind of help it along a little bit. Just a little. Because like I didn't really do the whole thing. Tell the truth. Nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't have the time to like keep putting into this. We're gonna end stream, so I'm not gonna go into cleaning it up or anything. I just wanted to do a little something something before I ended. That's all. Whatever. Okay. Dude. Actually, so in order to do this, by the way, if you wanted to do this on your screen, it's Shift N to clear your screen and Shift S to take a snapshot of your thing and leave it on the screen. So Shift S and then move your thing around. And it will take a snapshot for you. There you go. That's what we did today. Huzzah! Oh, okay, I got you. I'm sorry. I'm like tired right now if you can't tell. I mean, I'm sure you can tell I'm freaking tired. Thanks, Neo. This is the Pixelogic stream, by the way. So this is not my channel. This is the ZBrush official channel. So the program that I'm using right now. They have a whole bunch of other streamers that stream on this channel. So if you followed it, that means you're gonna get to see a whole bunch of other awesome people doing their own workflows, doing their own thing. But if you want to follow anything that I'm going to be doing or any of my work personally, these are my socials right here. Twitter and Instagram, I'm at HeyACubed, where everything else I'm just ACubed. So feel free to follow me on any of that stuff. And yeah, I will be on next week, Wednesday, on this channel doing more sketching. So you can catch me then. But then I'm also going to be live again this week. Not on the Pixelogic channel, but on the Stylist League with Mike and Bradley. So if you wanted to go and check that out, you can go to Stylist League, like Stylist Stylus League on YouTube, and we're gonna be continuing the Xenomorph that I started. So will they. They have their own projects as well. It's fun. Yeah, the cape. Yeah, it just like it just hit his butt. That's what it's there for. It's just like, you know, we don't need to talk about that butt that is just kind of like hanging there, sad and sagging. I'm glad you guys had fun. If you want to try ZBrush, by the way, there is a free trial for 30 days available, and if you want a free forever version, there is the ZBrush Core Mini, and it is just Sculptress standalone, essentially. There's no like bells and whistles to the program whatsoever. It's just only Sculptress. So yeah, check that out. The butt is worthy of talking. I don't know. Yeah, Xenomorphs, dude. Alright guys, I hope you have a good night. I will catch you on the next one. I am tired, I'm sorry for the lag at the end of the stream. I will see you in the next one. Good night. Bye-bye. Take care.